Hey, yo. We're back. More temples to run. And,
Hail.
I just bought my spear. 4,000. This spear right here. My previous weapon. Very good weapon.
What's new? Oh, it's
Now I got
you.
more money.
Hmm?
Oops.
Can I help?
5,000 divines. Gotta put them in a different spot. How come I can't go higher than 5,000?
Oh, it's you.
Alright, well. I'm rich. Or richer. Alright. We're gonna knock out some runs. Yesterday we ended on a good note. I didn't get to editing the video yet. I keep getting distracted by working on this PoE1 build. Which is definitely being constructive in the long run. But, we did some group play stuff for like first time ever. And we ended on a high note with locks in good place. 2 locks already done, 2 locks left over. Leaving this one unlocked for now. And now we go.
No matter the path, I will walk it.
Good old temple.
Square.
What up? I'm here for the mirror drop. I'm here for the mirror drop. You think you might be shadow nerfed? I mean, that's a step beyond. Do I think lock medallions were nerfed? Do I think I'm shadow nerfed? No. Nah. How can I be shadow nerfed when I drop so many Hina core locks? Tonight is definitely the night.
You have made a great mistake.
Have to give that 4K Spirit test drive? Oh, yeah, you were the buyer. I heard you just say you were going to check out the stream. But you didn't expect it to come that fast.
Fate is on my side.
You challenge the best of the best.
That was definitely a good one. That weapon. It has all the right mods. Tier 2 and above. It's just not mirror tier. Technically.
Perhaps you will be a one sacrifice.
Place the spirit head since level 80. So a pretty big upgrade then, huh? Oh look, a locked medallion. Yeah. What's our rarity roll? 44? Not bad. Not bad. Already socketed. Accuracy with that foot. Need that. I got 179 player rarity.
A rare find.
No mirrors yet. Basically, it's a race to drop a mirror versus lose my temple from destabilization. Mythic Golem chain so fast? I mean, you only have to put a path here, here, and here. You only need 3 paths to get all 5 Golem works in. And this one is later on when you're bringing back the road to the start. The whole build it backwards thing. Not only is it not deleting a path, it's not giving you Golem Works and Smithies. Well, it just takes some patience. What? What? Yo! I just needed to put it in the stream title. Guys. Guys. Might want to look at the screen. Check this out. Watch this. 22,197 divines. One mirror. Let's go. That's your ratio, guy. We did it. Alright, I can quit. I can quit the league. I can finally quit the league. This 100 maps farming session right now is insanely lucky. two lock drops and a mirror at 37 temples. What the heck? Because I know I've ran like hundreds and hundreds of temples without getting them. I can't believe it. It finally dropped. First one in PoE2. Can finally uninstall. I should just quit the stream right now. Just be like, shortest stream ever. Just quit. Just leave. Alright. Sorry guys, I have no more motivation to play. Like not even finish this run. Just exit the temple. Nah, dude, I gotta finish the run because what if, you know, what if I drop a second one? Same temple. What? I mean, how ballistically insane would everybody go if I did that? Hey, Golem works. I can use that. I'm here for it though. I'm here for the second mirror. Continue the Messiah meme. The Messiah meme will never die if I drop a second mirror in this temple. I've successfully crossed it over from one game to the next. No way. No way. Like, just sold a 4,000 div spear and then dropped a mirror of Calamity. Oh my god. How much currency was that? Here it is. Hey. One down.
Not yet.
Yup. Dire of Shards. I had this staff on my radar at one point for this build. Grats on the mirror, just heard about it from a viewer in Brada's stream. Nice. I'm guessing he's dropped one or two. Yeah. Twister cousin over there. Yeah, I gotta make a clip. Has anybody got a clip of it? That was my first one. This league. I was so ridiculously overdue for it though. I'd have been a little sad if I went 100 maps without seeing one still. I would have had to have gone like 25,000 divines without seeing one. Yo, somebody clipped that, right? Rada 0. How many divines is he at though? Temple number 38. It's a special one. What do you mean he just started building his temple? He ain't never played the temple for real? Somebody in the beginning of this temple asked me if I was shadow nerfed. Where's that guy at? He had never done a temple? Well, no wonder he hasn't dropped a mirror. What? That's a meaning thing if he's not done a temple. He's not even done the he's not even played the game. He's not even played the game. He has that build and he's not doing temples? That's crazy. Wait, which temple is he making? What temple is he going for?
Made a great mistake.
Still got the whole second chain, guys. I could still drop another one. It can happen. It's almost to the second corner to the first chain. Oh, okay. So you've got a lot of Spy Masters done. Guy's holding his hand along the way, yeah? Forgot to grab my Balin Fuse. What's up? Well, something big's kind of up. I don't mean my pants. I mean this. I got a mirror in my pants. Oh. That's what I get. Turning off my headhunter buffs. Yeah, you missed the mirror. Happened this run. Early on in this run. Oh, I can't even get back. Oh my goodness. It's so annoying. Yeah, I'm gonna play PoE 1. I'm already actually pretty excited. I'm pretty hype about PoE 1 next league. Not for the core game or whatever. I got a really cool build idea that I'm gonna go with next time. Assuming they don't wreck the Warden. This is so annoying. I'm gonna have to die like several times at this door just to get this through here. Oh my god. All because that stupid construct had to bug out. Stick to PoE 1, you're no good at PoE 2. I'm definitely better at PoE 2 than PoE 1 relative to, you know, all the experts on both ends. I'm so good at PoE 2, I can drop a mirror on the ground right now. That's how good I am at PoE 2. Drop the mirror. I'm gonna die again now. Wait, that was a good shroud walk. Saved. That shroud walk saved my life. Really? I'm gonna guess you're having a bad day. Guy comes into a stream, slanders the streamer to his face. Must be having a really bad day. Well, I think what would compel me to do that if I was a viewer? I mean, nothing you can say is going to affect my mood. I literally just dropped a Mirror of Calandra after hitting 22,000 Divine Orbs. I'm immune to trollery right now. The troll to your heart's desire. You can't compete with that. Guy logs in, drops a mirror after way more hours than he should. Randomly gets trolled by a viewer after that. Then pick a better day. Pick a better day to troll me. You might give me the crack. Cracking a cold one for the mirror drop? Nice. You know what's unfortunate though? I only dropped one lock medallion this one.
For this.
How many temples do you do on average to get a lock drop? Probably like 20? 20, no, probably more than that. 25, maybe.
You reek of stupidity. Arcing suffocation.
Had a harsher forgiveness rating than normal. I thought I must be on the high end of the forgiveness rating. Must be.
You reek of stupidity. No consequence.
I got a better question. How many streams do you enter per league to badger the streamer? I'm surely I'm not getting the special treatment here.
You have made a great.
You must have found your way here after, you know, several other more important streamers than me. asking your poignant questions. Yeah, I guess it didn't happen. Maybe I'm not a real messiah after all. No second mirror in the temple. It's not a good idea to save that, unfortunately. Hold this for another time. Not the best room.
What is it?
Hello.
Alright, how many divine orbs did I get? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 64. Not that many. Got a mirror 1. And over on the other side, mirror 1. What website did you use to build your temple? Hey, that's actually a relevant question. I just used the GitHub. Type !temple to see it right there. Yeah, we gotta get the clip. I guess, I don't know, nobody saved the clip. I gotta make it myself. Many people on YouTube out of clips. That's alright, I can do it. Yep, drop the mirror. Just this past temple. Now I gotta go back in time and clip it. I gotta clip this, obviously, so. Dropped in like the first 15 minutes of the stream. And you play with regular Twister MTX for 5 minutes? Yeah, sure, I can do that, I guess. Give me a minute here. And the clip, they changed the style for the clipping. It's like way more annoying now. Alright. I think I'm getting it done. Feature clip. Ah. Finally, yeah. Played your build last PoE2 patch. Loved it. I did too. I'm probably gonna play it again next league. Where's the mirror? Not here. Okay. How do I do this? I can't even find my own clip. Oh, it's still saving. Bruh, taking forever. Serve! Okay, a Nightbot command. There we go. Right. Change the title. You can type exclamation mirror for the clip. Right. I don't know if I can change the title of the YouTube stream mid-stream. Maybe I can. I don't think I ever tried. Yeah, I guess I can. Haha. Nice. I entered a room and it happened. I don't do leeching or group play stuff. Although I did yesterday just as a test for fun, but done with that. I'm solo player. Always have been. What the hell's his problem? I think he's just having a really bad day. Or maybe he's chronically miserable, I don't know. I feel bad banning miserable people, you know. It's like kicking somebody when they're already down. Usually D&D anyway. Alright. I think everything is set up. Things changed. I even got it in the description of the YouTube stream. You can see the clip there as well, if you're on there.
No matter the path,
And yeah, we're going. I mean, so many people dropped a mirror before me. This league, people running my, this temple, the temple I made. Even people in the middle of constructing it, with it not even being finished. At the beginning of the
ancient power.
back-to-back temple runs? No way. We have 36% area rarity. How much rarity last time? It was like 45 or something like that. Not a big number. Congrats on the mirror. Thanks, dude. We can drop another 10 mirrors so he can pay his rent on time. Which is it? Am I buying mirrors or am I selling them? Can't be both at the same time. Unless I'm like playing the markets. Maybe I'm like stock trader. That's impressive. Should probably just go be a Wall Street broker then.
Some sins never wash away.
You have made a grave mistake. Square.
I don't know. Sounds like something you know about that I don't. I don't know about any of that.
You reek of stupidity! Foul creature!
Not smart enough. Not corruptible enough. Is the real answer.
You have made a grave mistake. Back to the soil. Need more mud. You reek of stupidity! No mana.
What's that red star over there? Oh, it's that shrine scepter.
Need more mana. You have made a grave mistake.
The vow.
Move.
God's will that will practice
There we go. Lock medallion. Oh, I forgot to lock any of my rooms. Whoops.
your challenge.
What is this build called? It's called Spark, Twister, Battle Mage, Invoker. Got all kinds of links in the description if you want to see it. Overviews, build guides, crafting guides.
You challenge the best of the best.
Well, guys, I don't think it's by coincidence that I dropped a mirror and then suddenly hater comes into the chat, the Twitch chat, starts spouting off. Kind of a good sign, actually. If you got no haters, then you're not relevant in this world, so
Perhaps you will be.
Factually Attractive one is a good omen for me. Headhunter, not for him though.
Devour.
I think I've given him about 10 times more opportunity to come clean than most streamers would. We're gonna have to welcome him to the ban list. Very small list. Congrats, man, you made it. Made it to the ban list.
Devour.
I'm gonna give you special attention. I'm gonna actually pause my game just for you. Just so I can do this. I did it. I gave him 5 seconds of my day. Guess he was having more than just a bad day. He was having a bad life. Relegated to trashing somebody that's
You challenge the best.
playing a game like this. Doing content like this, dropping mirrors. Doesn't get any better than this. Just need to drop lock medallions now. Filter. My own filter, Divine Strict.
You challenge the best of the best. No one bests me.
How do you get your temple like this? I got a guide on that too. This is a really advanced temple. Probably the most advanced one out there. Not easy to set up. Not super easy to maintain either. Since the new temple, what's the main difference between the two that you finally got? Although there's no difference. I brought it back identical to what it was before. It's identical. many mirrors you got so far? 1. Today.
Misguided.
I feel no pain.
New dropped a mirror before I got my last flame. Oh yeah, somebody wanted to see the build with no MTX. Here we go. No MTX.
Do not spin. I feel no pain.
Good luck seeing anything. You can more easily tell that your twisters have AoE though. Chaosborn,
Do not spin.
Druid Chaosborn something. I don't know. It's the only twister MTX in the game. It's searchable by skill. So happy with the spear. Shaved 5 minutes off temple run time. Wow. That's good to hear. Yeah, there really wasn't a huge difference between that spear and the mirror tier spear. Definitely not. I got one lock medallion again. Zoinks! Gotta go check that Xantippe.
Forever changed.
Anyway, that was Twister with no MTX. Chaosborn Druid Twister effect. They have it for all the spear skills. Wind themed spear skills. Yeah.
Another medallion.
Got no lock medallions now. $10, $20, $30, $40, $50, $60, $72. 2, 783, 8. Oh, you were the one who asked? Yeah. You're welcome, dude.
A new way forward.
I still like what that looks like. I still like the way Twister looks. It's just, I wish it was less clutter, though. Now we're on a definite quest to drop some lock medallions on this one. Two runs in a row, I only dropped one. I wasn't at max before that. So, yeah. Hey, haha, got one from the smithy. A bonus lock medallion. Unfortunately, only 17. Rarity, area rarity. Be nice to get another Golem Works medallion. Immediately replace it. Yeah, so to anybody who's interested, mildly off topic, PoE 1 kind of already figured out what my build's going to be. Gonna be Poison Scourge Arrow Warden. A build that's never been played before. Poison Scourge Arrow certainly has been. But I didn't see any evidence of it on a Warden. Maybe it does. Maybe it exists out there, but if it does, it's extremely rare. Certainly as the league starter. It's a Wilma's Zerfie's Heart build too, which is a powerful but unusual combination because it's highly restrictive on gear, higher attribute requirements. The idea is to take the shock on chaos damage for the poison because it's a physical / chaos build and apply it to the Warden's Ascendancy, Oath of Spring. Take a build that would otherwise have 0 shock effect all the way up to double shock effect, 100% shock effect. Which is pretty easy for a poison build that hits super often, kind of small hits super often, which Scourge Arrow does. Taking that a step further, the Wilma's Soul Eater interaction is huge because you get double benefit out of attack and cast speed. You basically get double the attack speed that you would get normally from that source. I'm going to run, you know, Onslaught also gets double effectiveness. Adrenaline gets double effectiveness. So I'm running Hanu Ahi. The Warden with Tinctures can go Weeping Wounds for the life drain. So Tanu Ahi offsetting the drain. Ballistas get Life Leech, even though I do no damage. They get Life Leech to the Mastery. If I can actually leech enough life to offset the Tincture Weeping Wounds debuff, so they get the mild drain combined with the Life Leech, constantly capping out life for the Adrenaline and Onslaught procs on Tanu Ahi. The Adrenaline is like absolutely enormous damage. It's 100% increased damage and 50% increased attack speed while it's active. And then Val Haste is the trigger point for Zerfi's Heart, Soul Eater. Val Haste is also double effectiveness, as well as Haste Aura. So basically I have 5 buffs that give me double effective attack speed. Haste Aura, Val Haste Aura, Soul Eater, Adrenaline, and Onslaught. Which helps to offset Scourge Arrow's one mild downside, which is kind of takes a while for the shots to go off. They stack up to 5 stages in Ballista form. But with that much attack speed, even without Soul Eater, it's still over 1 attacks per second. So 5-stage Scourge Arrow, 1 attacks per second is a lot of hits, a lot of poison, a lot of shocks. Looks really good on paper, on a pretty low, fairly low budget, League Start friendly budget. Not leveling, but like, you know, a few uniques. Pushing about 18 million DPS, with the most expensive item being the King of the Mist Jewel, Chaos theme. Which isn't required, but probably the most expensive item. Either that or Zerfi's Heart itself. So it's got Zerfi's Heart, Cosprey, body armor, Hanu Ahi, that's dirt cheap, and Wilma's. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about this build, though. I gotta build it up, flesh it out, test it myself. I have a lot of experience with Warden Tinctures, and understanding the numbers, it should perform pretty well. Hey, look, I needed that. It also has, one of the tinctures is the unique tincture for Wither and Grasping Vines. So it's a unique poison build that has like instant full stack Grasping Vine. So monsters are just going to be stuck in place. It's also a phase run Withering Step build. It's going to be like outrageously fast. Especially for Warden, which is normally slower than Pathfinder, its counterpart. The usual ascendancy. I'm going to use Rain of Arrows of Saturation on a Mirage Archer setup, Hex Touch Double Curse setup that doesn't do any damage but gets all the curses out, gets the crits out. Even the flasks are granted charges per crit, which counts. And the attack rate on Rain of Arrows of Saturation is 6 per second, so it's going to be stupid. Like, the Mirage Archer is going to just be absolutely just carpet bombing everything with Rain of Arrows of Saturation. I think it's like 40% less attack speed for Mirage Archer, so that should be something like, it should still be attacking 3 or 4 times a second. Mirage Archer will be. That's a crazy fast Mirage Archer attack rate. So the curses will be going on swiftly. The cost breeze is to cut corners on chance to poison. Oh yeah, because it's a perfect agony build. Forgot to mention that part. Another perfect agony build. If I remove perfect agony, it cuts my damage in half. So make good use of that. Perfect agony has a good, nice synergy with Warden Oath of Spring too. If you actually care about that, you get a 100% chance to shock on hit because you're critting 100% of the time anyway. And then you get a 100% chance to poison on hit. If you're running Perfect Agony combined with Cost Rate plus everything's already cursed immediately from the get-go. A lot of really, really cool tech interactions in that build. I think it's one of my finest. Might be one of my finest. It's actually so good that I might, for once in my life, not do a self-cast damage build. An actual ballista build. I've always stayed away from them because I find them to be, they're always more boring than a self-cast build, but they typically perform higher anyway, in practical terms, because the automatic aiming. The damage, passive damage, you can move around, not focus, and still does 100% damage uptime. So ballista builds suggesting 18 million DPS is actually, you know, a lot more than 18 million DPS self-cast, because, you know, self-cast isn't really 100% uptime. Not like traps or mines or ballistas. Of course the totems will die. So they won't exactly have 100% uptime, but you guys can check the PoE1 Discord if you want to see a POB for it. Been updating constantly. The biggest point of contention for it is whether or not actually doing enough physical damage, because 85% physical converted to chaos, because it's also Darkscorn build. Max Fizz hit of almost 10k, actually. It's pretty impressive for that gear on a Warden. With no defensives. Ascendancy. Game on Mirba. Thanks, Dolly. Finally hit it. Finally got it. Hey, I needed that. Second lock medallion. They got a few Spy Masters left. Yeah, so full poison through Cost Breeze, full crits, perfect agony. 100% shock effect. Adrenaline, Onslaught, Soul Eater, Haste, Val Haste, all double attack speed off of Wilma's. A really powerful tincture setup for it. I mean, one of the enablers for actually running Perfect Agony also for the Warden. The Warden has two separate things about it that make it Perfect Agony good for it. One is the synergy with 100% chance to shock on hit if you're already doing 100% crit, which you need to run a Perfect Agony build. That's like a given that you have to get 100% crit. And how do you get a 100% crit chance? Well, it helps when you can run a tincture with, you know, a Rose Thorn tincture, which has like a stupid amount of crit on it. It takes me from like 63 to 100% crit chance on Path of Building. That's how much crit it gives. So a real build enabler. One of the other major workarounds for not running Pathfinder is the unique tincture. other tinctures, Wither on hit and Grasping Bind on hit. That was actually the true genesis of the build idea. A poison-based, like, you know, a poison-based bow build with Warden using that unique tincture. That was the true genesis of the build. And they just worked on it from there. I wasn't originally going to make it Ballista necessarily, or Wilma's necessarily, or any of that, but a lot of things came in after the fact as I kept looking at it. Well, the genesis of the build was that poison tincture is really, really good. It's 4 lock medallion. The other tincture could be Rose Thorn to help make Perfect Agony viable. So it was always going to be a 100% crit chance, shock, double shock, Perfect Agony poison build. That was the starting point. Like, it was never not going to be that. But where I took it from there would depend on just all the tinkering around with it, looking at things. Tanuahi came in real late. It's probably the best. The Weeping Wounds, Life Drain tincture combined with Tanuahi is probably one of the best tech combos I was able to come up with there. I just gotta play it to make sure it's right. There's only 2 things to test, really, that need practical testing. It has everything to do with life recovery, the life recovery in the build. Which was the big point of contention for my last poison build too, the poison assassin build, was life recovery. That tincture drain will get a little bit severe, but we only have 15% physical unconverted damage, 1% physical damage leeches life from the ballista totems. I do no damage with Wilma's, so 100% of recovery has to come from that. Can't go life on hit with Tanuahi to get reliable adrenaline uptime, which it would probably be around at least 50% uptime if everything works out as hoped. It'll probably be even higher. Theoretically, the adrenaline uptime should be some of the highest ever seen because it's a 5 ballista totem. 6 hits per single target, 6 hits per ballista dome, so that's up to 30 hits per attack with a crazy fast, you know. Again, there was 5 separate buffs that double attack speed. So the amount of instances, the leech instance number is in upwards of 100 per second. 100 instances of leech per second. Single target. Oh no, not that. Over probably around 50 instances of leech per second, single target, is gonna actually, the amount of the frequency of capping life through leech is gonna be so high that adrenaline could theoretically have like 80 to 90% uptime. Even single target, which would be outrageously strong. I gotta test that though. Average lock medallion per run. You can see the numbers there actually in the overlay. It's on 2.5 right now, I think. I got full Trinity up. You're gonna see my Twister stat. This is with all the buffs up. 750,000. That's with full Headhunter buffs and full Trinity. Level 35 Twister.
You reek of stupidity!
The Twister is not the primary source of damage, it's Spark. If enemies live longer than one hit, it's Spark. If they die in one hit, it's Twister then. So in the temple, it's Spark, but anywhere else, it's not like bossing. It's Twister. Congrats on the mirror, about damn time? Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say so. Had a really good run there. Four lock medallions. And the upgrade for the Golem Works. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 73. 73 is a good number considering I didn't have a Golem Works there. Two, 8, 5, 6. 92. Donate some divs for the poor. Nah, I teach the poor how to fish. I don't give fish out for free. I teach you how to fish, though. That's my style.
A place in perpetual motion.
32% rarity.
Cursed one.
What the hell? So dangerous. Ha! Got him. Second time. Second time. Yeah. I wonder how many of those I'll get.
You defile this place.
He shroud walked off the get-go. Alright, well, I think I'll save a little highlight for those. One sec. That looked kind of dangerous.
Golden.
Jeez. Oh, I couldn't get two in a row.
Need more mana. The mighty fall.
Kind of haven't looked at any PoE news last few days. Anything come up I might have missed?
You reek of stupidity. Furious energies.
Some stains never wash away.
You have made a great mistake. Need more mana.
ExileCon talk? Are there any tickets for that yet? Did I catch the D2R news? No, but I wouldn't be particularly interested in that either.
You reek of stupidity.
Diablo 2 Reforged? Is that what that is?
Vile abomination.
Yeah, I didn't feel inclined to play D2 even when they came out with it again. I played the crap out of that game back in the day.
You have made a great mistake. Inferno. I need mana.
Blizzard dropped an expansion for D2.
You reek of stupidity.
Hey, when did the tickets even, like, when and where did they even go on sale? I didn't hear anything about that. Warlock is a new class. They already got a summoner class, though. I mean, what's the difference between a necromancer and a warlock, anyway? I guess it's a minions focus. Summoners would care about that, I guess.
You have made a grave mistake.
I see. I don't know where that information even comes by. A forum post about it. Okay. I guess I gotta camp the forums then. I want to be in the know.
I cannot.
However the string of information is distributed from them to the player base, I am like not in the loop at all. With the link. Alright. Thanks.
Perhaps you will be a more athlete.
Or maybe it's like Twitter, people on Twitter. They can like get information about it right away. Hey, Lock Medallion. UbiCast likes to stream because I'm so calm. Calmly dropping a bunch of loot. You don't like the spaz? You don't like people to spaz out? Whoa. What? Let me get. I kind of spazzed out over the mirror drop a little bit. Otherwise, pretty calm. Yeah. Part of my core personality. Second lock medallion. Right back in this thing. Damn. Might hit record divine orb drops on this temple. What? Why are so many dropping? Getting an uncharacteristically high number. I did clip the mirror drop. Yep. Myself. No thanks to you guys. Nobody else did it for me. To be fair, it was like the first 12 minutes of the stream or something. Oh my god, another lock me down. Bruh, I'm unstoppable. Three, count.
The vow of many oaths.
It was in a room just like this, where I dropped it. I entered the Legion barracks, bam, first kill. In my face.
You challenge the The vow of unseen eyes.
Back to the soil.
And last time they sold VIP tickets after the fact, anyway. Like, it wasn't like if you just missed it, you're shit out of luck. I went to it last time. The dinner was honestly my favorite part of the whole thing. Having like all the conversations and stuff with devs and things.
Misguided fool.
Ancient power.
You challenge the gift. You challenge the gift.
I thought it might be possible to get like some sort of IRL streamer privilege for the ExileCon. I didn't even really inquire about it last time, but I did this time. Haven't heard anything back though, so
Perhaps you will be a one.
I thought maybe I'd be notorious enough in the community I might, if not get a full ticket out there, would at least, you know, get some kind of, you know, be on a forum panel or something. Something small. Free ticket. Maybe like free ticket or something. For my trouble. I think I'm probably worthy, right? At this point, I would have probably thought I was worthy last time, even. They had the whole like streamer meet thing at the end. I remember last time on the last day. There was like the regular party area, and then there was the streamer area. I know there were people in that room who were like less, well, at least in terms of like YouTube subscriber count, for example, less popular than I was at the time, so it did make me kind of scratch my head a little bit. Like, what? I guess I have to, yeah, just like everything else in life, you have to actually like cozy up, do the intricate networking, befriend the right people. All things considered, not a big fan of how all that works.
The vow have many unseen.
Like, I can appreciate networking in general, but the power and the leverage that it has, it's got way too much. Way too much leverage over actual meritocracy. No way, Gratz, dude. I know. We got it. We got the mirror. Finally got it. You just got perma'd for joking on global. Is it really that low though? Oh, damn. It's like I could skip half a meal. Sound so excited. I'm guessing that's sarcasm. Yeah, I mean, I haven't told anybody this, but I'm playing through a migraine right now. So, like, I'm actually in the cold sweat phase right this second. Like, I'm going through cold sweats. It's really not fun. I get migraines like once a week. I don't know what's up with that.
You nudge me. I feel no pain.
If you want to see genuine excitement, just check that clip. A mirror drop. Oh my god, what? That's like the third Thaumaturge medallion I dropped this run.
I don't have room for that. Ancient power.
It was a time and a place, and that would have made me super happy. Yeah, it is neck pain induced. I can predict a migraine the following day of an upper body workout with almost, like, it's almost 100% likely to happen. So I did, yesterday I did the chin up dips machine. Spent most of my time on that machine. And, I mean, I knew I would wake up with a freaking migraine the next day. It always happens, especially after doing, like, that machine. I really enjoy it. I like that. I like that workout a lot, but I always have to pain through a migraine the day after. It's like neck stress, chronic stress or something. Or at least that's a trigger. Like that's a trigger of it. And I always wake up with it. Like basically, I wake up with a migraine kicking into gear, like it's starting as I wake up. So annoying. First mirror in PoE, first mirror in PoE 2. Yeah, but not PoE 1 now. Got several in PoE 1.
You have made a grave mistake.
Bezelin, thanks for being happy for me, bro. We did it, all of us, together. Nah, I'm actually really distracted right now. I did a bunch of research before I came on stream. I think I'm actually having like thyroid problems right now. Like no joke. I had it tested like 12 years ago. It's no problem, but it runs in the family. My father almost died because his thyroid quit working at age 33. And so that's been like very high on my radar. I'm showing a lot of symptoms right now that of hyperthyroidism. Just like screwed me up. I had like really bad insomnia a few weeks ago. Or weird stuff like I had to take a nap, but then like couldn't sleep at the right time of the day. Weird fluctuations, this, that, migraines kicking in right and like suddenly my migraine rate went from like twice a month to like twice a week. You know, these things don't go unnoticed. Last night, I had actual heart palpitations for like 2 hours straight. I stayed up past my bedtime, and my heart was just like not even working right. I don't know what was going on. 94 divines. You guys know like when you can feel your own heart beating? Like that's not a good sign when you literally feel your own heart beating. A sign that something's not right. No pain, but still bad sign. $94 div? Yeah, the heart palpitation thing for that long was... I sat there and like... Because I was just like resting in the chair. I was working on stuff. On the computer. And I was like, what in the hell is going on? And I just sat there and I like meditated for like 30 seconds straight and it went away. Like, I don't know, I just meditated it out. And then 30 seconds later it kicked back in again. I was like, well, alright, I don't know what's going on. So something's missed. I actually decided kind of in real time. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna AFK for like 10 minutes. I'm actually gonna call clinic, set an appointment. I need to get blood tests done on that. It's not worth not knowing. I think I'm fine, like in the short run, but it's the kind of thing that could be catastrophic in the long run if you don't catch it early. I have a feeling it's one of those things. So, their clinics are going to close in a few minutes. I got to make a call now. I don't remember how many medallions I dropped. 3? 3, I think? Yeah, 3. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I got an AFK. And, I mean, you know, I'll get up and walk around and stuff anyway. I guess I will lock that, actually. They don't have the upgrade medallion yet. That'll be a starting point next time. Hold up. Yeah. I'll AFK just like this. I'll be back in I'll be back in like 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes. I don't know how long this call takes. All right, we've returned. Hope I wasn't gone too long there. I guess I forgot to put everything away. Did you guys miss me? Feel bad for those of you who are like, have been rooting for me to drop a mirror, but like, and you've been here most of the time, but then you just missed the drop it, so. I know there's a few of you. Alright, we're leaving this Stone Legion unlocked for now. Waiting for Mirror 2? Yeah.
These stones are their old magics.
I'm gonna try to bring it to you guys. May not be as exciting as 2 mirrors in 1 temple, but 2 mirrors in 1 day would be freaking nuts. If it were to happen. Pretty good drops. What are we at on this one? 54 rarity. 54 rarity with the 3rd room. Could see some big drops. We got, I think, 94 divines in the last run. Big number last run. Eruption chain. I don't. Yeah, okay. Cool. Another vertex.
Defile this place. Golden ruin.
Why are some of my rooms not dropping anything, though? What the heck? Dude. Here we go. Going to the smithy room with no headhunter buffs. Oh yeah, mana siphoner right off the bat. Gotta make it interesting.
Reveal your worth.
Cursed one. No mana.
I'm unable.
I remember I used to think maybe I would just run half my temple every time. I probably would off stream. Wouldn't actually run the Smithy Golemworks chain at all if I was like 100% sustaining locks with just the Spy Master chain, but that wouldn't be very likely. Probably only be like 10% of runs. Does that have to sustain 3 off of just the Spy Master chain? Probably even less than 10%. Atabay has a question. I see you don't run Garrukon on Ninja. How is this so? Well, Garrukon's resolve was nerfed a lot this last league relative to this build. They removed the movement stipulation, but that didn't really matter for this build. And they made it cap at 50% crit chance. So I can't be running 50% crit chance. I need the consistency of guaranteed crits. It's too important to crit on every Twister cast, because either the entire Twister crits or none of it does. Now, if the game is different and Twister registered crits per hit, we'd be talking about something different then. But as it stands, nah. Can't deal with that capped 50%. So what's your plan for the game? You already dropped a mirror. Will you keep running the temples? Yeah, I was thinking about that a minute ago. I feel like I'm gonna keep running them until I either hit 60. I think I'll just go to 60 instead. It's crunching too hard on time for all the different content I want to make before PoE 1 League launches again. Either that, or if and when the temple bricks. So if it bricks before that point, I'll just call it there. There's actually a lot of videos I want to make leading up to PoE 1. Some outbound PoE 2 videos, like feedback on the temple. The video that this will become, of course. The sample size. Temple is fun, but brain dead. It is kind of brain dead. Generally, that's good if it's something you're going to do for long term, though, because you want that flow state to easily be acquired, you know? You know what I mean? I mean, everybody really wants brain dead content at the end of the day. I'm also already gaining a lot of interest in a league starter for PoE 1, which I talked about earlier on the stream today. I've probably devoted close to 10 hours of time in the last 2 days. Between the last 2 days only, about 10 hours of my time, focus and energy on preparing for a PoE 1 league starter. Which is a lot of time to invest in that this early, so that kind of tells me that I'm mentally shifting away from PoE 2 into PoE 1 already. And I skipped the whole Freesia thing, which was a good idea. I definitely am glad that I made that choice, because it allows me to go into it with fresher eyes, already not, you know, a little bit burned out on Freesia immediately. I think the fact that the Legacy of Freesia event happened the way it did when it did is actually gonna come to a detriment to like, you know, getting people excited for 3.28. I suspect there are a lot of people who are still pretty disgruntled with the core state of the game. That they weren't going to be easily convinced to try the new PoE 1 League, except the Legacy of Freesia event, so that was kind of exciting there with the idols and the new builds. And then it ended up being nowhere near as good as people hoped. Fortunately.
I cannot.
Ego.
Devour.
Well, the in-game farm just boxes div card Apothecary Crimson Prism. In Crucible League? Yeah, kinda. Actually, I remember the in-game for me was actually Brother's Gift card on Cemetery map with Legion. I remember Legion was a big part of that. I was doing Legion boxes, I guess. I think I was doing Legion boxes, yeah, on the Cemetery map. But Crimson Temple was fine too. Yo, Pack asking about Sunsplitter. Yeah, I was aware of that when I started the build as a potential offhand. Some hard damage. Make Elemental Expression deal some hard damage. Wait, does it actually increase the level of Elemental Expression by up to 3 on each one? Like up to 9? Does it do that? Column works again or what? Okay. Well, I actually didn't know that. Well, that is interesting. Could be something you make a build around. Elemental Expression is still, in the current state of the game, it's still too weak. It did perform okay in its niche way for the early in-game variant, especially the way it helped freeze enemies. But it's still, I mean, once you ramp up to like really high attack rate crits and all that stuff, it's just, it can't compete with like what you can do with Cast on Crit Comet or Cast on Crit Spark, because you can't proc it enough. Like, they would have to, I mean, you guys are gonna hate the sound of this, but they would have to like induce an internal cooldown to cast on gems, which is ironically probably what they're gonna do. They're probably gonna. That's how they're probably gonna nerf these cast on gems. They're gonna put a hard cooldown on them because that's what they did for Elemental Expression for whatever reason. There's a hard cooldown on that. It doesn't really make sense to have an ascendancy specific skill neutered by an internal cooldown mechanic, but then let like just global cast on crit or whatever have no internal cooldown, or like a negligible internal cooldown. I know there's technically an internal cooldown, but it's like it's so tiny that it basically doesn't exist. Already got 2 lock medallions. Doing nice. Wait, I heard... Where the hell did that come from?
The wrath of memories.
I'm unable. Bend me. Back to the soil.
Just found point 3 version. Garrican's Resolve looks like it was exclusively useful only for your build. I wouldn't use it again in its current state. That was its pre-nerf. What you're looking at. That was before they had the hard cap of half crit chance. Which made sense then, because you go from Tangle Tongue, which gives you bifurcated crits and a huge amount of crit chance on garbage gear, to Garrican's Resolve, which is way more expensive, doesn't give you a huge amount of crit, but allows you to run a real spear, and it made for a real nice major progression upgrade. But if it's going to cap out, you know, Tangle Tongue doesn't cap out at 100% crit chance, or cap out at 50% crit chance, I mean. But now Garrican's Resolve does.
Need more mana. The mighty fall. I'm unable.
Do not bend. I feel no pain.
They buffed it for most builds?
Pain.
Sure, I mean, on a technicality, it's buffed for any build that had a hard time moving 20 meters in a short period of time between skills. But yes, mine was a
Do not bend.
skill that we were waiting on the cooldown barrage and Twister to come up between uses, empowered Twisters only, with Whirling Slash Giga Movement capacity as well. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess that's a pretty brutal nerf. Or, you know, show favoritism for those other types of builds. I thought it was nice because it was It was a nice niche usage. It made a lot of sense for the build I was running. Like, it made me feel good about the type of build I was running. I was like, oh, I'm running a build that only uses its primary attack every once in a while, and I have incredible mobility, so this is perfect. You know, what a great lineage gem for this exact kind of build. And now it's just ripcord. Nope, sorry. We're gonna make it generic and bad. Just generic and bad now, basically. Not like bad, but... I mean, it's fine for somebody who doesn't need to get 100% quick chance, just kind of spam their skill. What is your preference for temple juicing, rare monster modifiers, or effectiveness? My preference is a balance of them all. You could say compared to most temples, I'm running high on monster modifier count. I wouldn't mind sacrificing a little bit of that for effectiveness or even more rarity. But, you know, the three big ones are effectiveness, rare monster count, and rarity. So you obviously want a decent blend of all three. And I have that.
Speak.
You drop 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 on the dot. 70 on the dot. 3,020 with 2 lock medallions. The good news, stopping at 60 means I won't have to worry about my dump tabs filling up too much. Yeah. Let that die. This time around. I need an upgrade medallion. Will I try the buckler? No, I'm not going to try the buckler. Because I'm not going to go for elemental expression. One of the problems with that whole setup is that it's only active during the weapon set 2, and a lot of my attacks on weapon set 1. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I use this effigy here, is because it counts for both weapon set 1 and 2 effectively. I do not have a 100% crit chance on Spark, even with full Headhunter buffs. I don't. I have like 70. So it's a really nice way to bridge that gap. Although it's also kind of funky because, like, do you actually... The determining factor to whether or not Spark crits has something to do with per cast as well as Twister, where it doesn't really check the attack, it checks the cast or the initial attack. I'm hoping that it's decided on the first hit if it crits. So in theory, you know, your first Spark, outbound Spark, gets a crit because it wins the roll, 70% roll or whatever. And then it starts putting up critical weakness, debuffs on the enemy, so that the following subsequent cast on crit Spark procs, for which there are many, they all crit, because it's just everything is already has critical weakness on it, so whatever monster it hit, I guess it just decides that it's going to crit, assuming that it factors that in the equation, whether or not it crits. And honestly, it feels like it does. I mean, clearly biased, but especially early on when I played the build and, you know, was trying to kill Arbiter for the first time or whatever, and it's kind of a long, grueling fight, I did notice a significant increase in total damage whenever those critical weakness debuffs were up versus not. Could be that I was just feeling the twister DPS, but either way, that would be a signal that these skills that decide whether they crit or not immediately once from the get-go do actually check at some point in some manner, check to see if the monster has a higher likelihood to be crit or not. It's actually very complicated, and I don't know exactly what the coding is for the game. But it would certainly be really dumb if critical weakness played had no weighting whatsoever as to whether or not you crit with your skill. Whatever skill you're talking about. That would be really stupid. Really terrible game design, actually.
This medallion's rather beautiful.
If I wasn't using that FXG, I'd probably just use a rare focus with plus additional level, skill gem level, and like a whole bunch of spell damage. Have I played Torchlight Infinite yet? Nope. Never played it. Never had any interest to play it.
Your impending demise.
Soul Core of Jaqueline?
The curse is now its to bear.
You reek of stupidity. You reek of stupidity.
Somebody knew. Somebody knows. Jacqueline. Oh man. I don't know why that skit randomly pops up in my head. So relatable to anybody who's ever gone through public school, though.
You have made a great mistake. Our king suffered.
I'm Sensei. Well, thanks for your free advertisement of the game there, but I'm not really that interested. It actually doesn't even have that much to do with the pay-to-win aspect. It's just, it looks campy to me. I don't like how cartoony it looks.
You reek of stupidity. No consequence.
Is there a contingent of the Torchlight player base who thinks that their game is like way better than Path of Exile? They must exist, I'm guessing. You're hard stuck on it? Alright, well, I mean, I'm happy for you. It's good to find games you like. But like, on a scale of 1 to 10, my interest in that game is like barely a 1. It's just not. Like, the best you're going to do is pull me up from a 1 to a 2. That's still basically nothing, so.
You have made a great mistake.
I'm far and away not likely to ever really look into that game. Not to say I never look at a game other than Path of Exile. I did look at Last Epoch when it came out. For a hot second. Congrats on the mirror drop. Yeah. I can sail into the sunset now, guys. Sunset of 0.4.
Your talent is the
Still, not everybody dropped a mirror this league. I dropped a mirror earlier today. Like 12 minutes into the stream or something. First temple of the day. First half of the first temple. 22,000 divine orbs later.
best.
Does Rarity affect mirror drop? Rarity affects currency drops and tier of currency drops to converting to high tier currency, but whether or not it affects directly the mirror of Calandra drop rates or not, it's not really known. So at the very least, it indirectly affects mirror drops, yes. I think most people just think there's a category of currency that is considered high tier, including divine orbs, and like 1 in 6,000 or whatever those are a mirror on average. But it could be that more rarity is actually more mirror drops. I'm sure Cute Dog certainly thinks so. My temple that dropped it had like 40-something% area rarity, and I have 179% rarity on gear. I've dropped 11 Hinacore locks this league, so if you want another data point, a mirror is definitely no more rare than 4 locks to a mirror. It's probably closer to 3 locks to a mirror. So I should have dropped at least 3 mirrors by now. Based on that. Maybe I'm lucky on Hinacore locks. Could be the case, but it wouldn't be that lucky because, you know, it is moderately more common. 11 is a halfway decent sample size.
Not yet.
If I kiss Cute Dog? No. Strange question. It's like one of those I've gotten today. Another Jaqueline. Wait, it's not. No, that's not quite Jaqueline. Drop 2 mirrors and 18,000 divines plus 11 locks. That sounds pretty lucky, man. Actually, not that lucky. Not on mirrors. Sounds pretty lucky on locks, though. Jeez. Maybe the lock to divine drop rate is actually better than 2,000 to 1. Or 1 to 2,000, based on what I said. Might be like 1,800 to 1.
A rare find.
Probably a little bit ambitious, but it might be like locks, Hinacore lock to divine ratios, like 1,800 to 1, and then... Oh, wow. I can't even... What the hell? Alright, I gotta lock that room, I guess. Wait, this is... It's 4 locks.
I cannot.
I have to come back for that. Top desired change for 0.5. Don't completely butcher the Val Temple. Tone it down. Keep it viable. Make it one of the absolute best ways to approach the end game. Still with an impressive curve for time investment required to set it up versus what you get out of it. Nerf loot by like 80% at the top end. Nerf the time investment required to get to the top end by like at least 50%. I think that would be fairly fair ratios. But when I say don't butcher it, I mean I'm...
You challenge
When you say that, you know, you and I just probably have a very disjointed view of what it means to butcher a league mechanic. I am saying, like, yes, let's nerf it total drop by like 80%. That probably just invariably means butchering it in your eyes or whatever. To me, that's... To me, the temple would still be very viable even if I looted 80% less ground loot. Now, if it's like 95% less ground loot, that's probably a bit too much.
divine.
But 80 to, you know, up to maybe 90% less. Because 90% less ground loot would be... That would still be like several divines per temple. That's still really good, right? Like in the context of, you know, even like a juiced abyss farming or whatever. Because you could do an entire overran abyss map, 30 some odd pits, and not drop a single raw divine, right? So if a temple, a fully finished temple still dropped, say, you know, 5 to 10 raw divines on the regular, that would still be pretty solid. It would probably be a bit too much work if it was like exactly the same amount of work to get to that stage. That's a little harsh, but... And that's why I say I would like to see them... There are a number of changes I'd like to see. Specific changes. I'm going to make a video on this. The biggest one is shrink the temple size from 9x9 to like 8x8 or 7x7. I think a lot of people will walk into next league based on the numerical changes that they make, thinking that yep, definitely my most... Oh no, I don't know how to say them. I have a feeling that GGG is going to nerf the temple significantly by the numbers. And people are going to have a gut reaction to it, thinking, you know, there's going to be a lot of, haha, I knew this was going to happen, or haha, see, told you so, or, oh my god, I can't believe they completely butchered the mechanic. And in the end, people who still approach the temple really seriously are probably, there's a very good chance that it's going to be the most lucrative mechanic, in-game mechanic in the game, even after the end-game rework. I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but there's going to be a decent way. Because it's just way too, like... It's just way too convoluted, complex, all the things you have to do to set it up, very time consuming. if there's even a shred of the complexity remaining in the temple that there exists now, there's no world that makes sense whereby this isn't one of, if not the top way to make currency drop on the ground raw. Because you cannot just put in a precursor, spec a few Atlas points, and then be giga-juiced in-game farming on this like you can with overran Abyss maps. You can't do that for this thing. Like, you have to actually put in an inordinate amount of time to build it up. And if there's going to be such a league mechanic like that exists, which I love, by the way, if that type of mechanic exists, it pretty much has to be the best league mechanic in the game. Because it just doesn't make any sense that for it to exist in that way without it being the best. If it demands the most amount of time. And not even by like a small margin, but by a huge margin, it demands the most amount of time. Like, somebody can just log in, buy a unique Abyss precursor and a couple other Abyss precursors, and go farm a bunch of Abyssal currency and raw loot on the ground in a random waystone that they've unlocked, and they only need, you know, 4 rounds of their Abyssal Atlas points and the rest of their Atlas to do that. And that, you know, it's not like that doesn't require any time investment, but that's so tiny compared to what we have to do to get a full juiced temple. Even a fully juiced ethical temple is still tiny. This is especially true because you can just level up from tier 1 to tier 15 in the blink of an eye. So it would actually be kind of interesting if they make leveling your Atlas much more time consuming. That would kind of be an interesting twist on all of this. It would make a lot of sense. I think most people think it is kind of ridiculous how you just do nothing. You know, you just, if your character's strong enough, you can jump several waystone tiers at once, which you do not do in PoE 1. You can't do that there. Temple-specific currencies? Yeah. Assuming that they don't nerf Val corruptions to oblivion. Like, I could see them straight up deleting the Vertex plus level of all skill gems, or making it just like +1 level of all skills instead of +4. I actually expect that type of change. They will probably do that. Alright, I gotta exit here. Wait, I only dropped 3. I only dropped 3 because, you know, okay, so that gets locked and upgraded.
No matter the path, I will walk it.
So would the size shrink be a metric in the drop nerf in your mind? Yes. Yes, it would be. The manners in which I would like to see the temple loot nerfed by roughly 80 to 90% would be shrinking. Let's say they shrinked it from 9x9 to 7x7. That right there would be at least a 50% nerf. Just that alone. Another thing they could do, which is a suggestion I've had, is there's not much reason to have 3 tiers of rooms. In the current numbers game here, there's a mechanic here that's obviously pretty busted, and that is rooms buffing other rooms, and the numbers they use, you can either shrink those numbers by, you know, a meaningful amount, or they could reduce the maximum tier of room from 3 to 2. It wouldn't really change much otherwise if rooms could only be upgraded to tier 2 instead of 3 tiers. Or they could go scorched earth on that, and they could make every room just max tier 1. They could remove the whole, like, upgrading rooms thing. There's no real reason why we have to have, like, upgradable rooms. That's just kind of a carryover from the incursion mechanic from PoE 1. But anyway, either reduce the max tier of rooms, or reduce the number that they're buffing the rooms by. I actually have these things written down. Let me see here. Curse of a tumble. Everything else is quality of life buffs that I've suggestion for, like tiered currencies for the currency benches, itemizing medallions that would make it a lot easier to build your own temple if we had itemized medallions, converting a room card to a medallion as a possible alternative there. Removing crystals completely, that would save a lot of time. Just giving precursors for temple access. You access to temple one map at a time. It requires a precursor. Remove the map modifier medallion. The Xantippe medallion. It's kind of odd that thing exists in here. I don't really think it needs to exist. It doesn't really make the temple all that much more interesting. You can already... The majority of how difficult the temple is has a lot more to do with how many rooms you have and how much you're buffing the monsters to the rooms than it does with the Waystone modifiers. I think that's just adding... And the only Waystone modifier that means anything is area rarity. And it's weird that there's like... The Alk Labs give rarity to item drops by monsters, because in like the context of every other buff that they give, like... increased number of rare monsters just shows up here, so it doesn't mean anything if you get it as a Waystone modifier. Same with magic monsters increase, same with monster effectiveness. These things don't, like... It's just such a drop in the bucket, the Waystone mods, compared to the numbers you get here, so... It would have made sense if they had made, based on how everything else is set up, it would have made a lot more sense if Alk Labs increased the area rarity, not the rarity of dropped monsters, so that there wouldn't have been that crazy synergetic separate multiplier of area rarity and monster rarity. So in a world where Alk Labs just increase area rarity, that basically nullifies any real value from the Waystone modifiers. So just get rid of it. Like, and that would reduce, like, the combination of those two things especially would certainly reduce a lot of the high tier currency drops. Not a lot, but I mean, I get like 30% less high tier currency when I have a 0 area rarity temple versus, say, 70% area rarity. So that's like 30% less currency there. 20 to 30. Sharing temple amongst other characters, or at least giving people the option to do that. That would be another thing. Yeah, so the three big ones would be shrink the temple, shrink the numbers that the rooms buff other rooms, either through reducing the max tier, or literally just changing the numbers. And 3 is remove the Waystone modifier. If they did all 3 of those things, that would definitely nerf the temple by 70, 80, 90% of its loot. And instead of averaging around 75 divine orbs per temple, I would average 5 to 10. And you know what? I'd be quite happy averaging 5 to 10 divines per temple if that was the status quo and if the economy was balanced around that. Let's say if we had 0.3's economy and I had this mechanic in that economy, that would make sense. That would feel like a pretty good league mechanic. It wouldn't feel absolutely busted. It would feel good. It'd be fun. It'd be fulfilling to build it up. But it would be quite a chore to build it up for that kind of loot. So, again, I don't think you can make those changes and nerfs to the loot without also dramatically nerfing the difficulty of setting up a full temple. Which is why shrinking the temple goes a huge way to doing both of those things. And like something like reducing max tier would be helpful as well. Also, gutting all the tech would be fine. I'd be fine with that. I know some people wouldn't be, but if they remove the ability to do special, you know, like Golem Works Tech, Corruption Chamber stuff, like, I would have FOMO about not doing it if it's available, but if it wasn't available, wasn't an option, I wouldn't feel that bad about it. I'd be like, well, because I always want, you know, I'm a min-maxer. I'm going to min-max to whatever the parameters are set before me. I don't care that there's, like, cheeky, clever use of game mechanics methods to, you know, get more bang for my buck. I'll do them if they exist, but I don't exactly feel good about doing that stuff inherently because it exists. It's more like, well, I'm just a min-maxer, so I'm going to min-max to whatever extent it does. And I think I speak for most people when I say that. Enough yapping. Well said, you have many good points on this is the best mechanic PoE2's ever seen. The best. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 62. That's weak sauce, man. 62. I don't even know what number this is, temple-wise.
No matter the path, I will walk it.
Foolish path! Yes.
Lock medallion from the second smithy. Yeah, we're holding up, guys. Holding them locks down. Construct's holding me down. Jesus, dude. Oh my god. There's so many mobs. Right in my way. All over Mana Siphoner. One of these days I'm gonna get Ice Wall set up so I don't have to deal with it. Great. Oh nice, they got shoved into the next room.
The dreamer provides.
Nice. Another upgrade medallion.
Naka ayuk ta enukina. File this place. Golden.
Huh. Just thought of a good short name. Make a short out of a YouTube short out of that clip, the mirror clip, titled 22,000 Divine Orbs Later. With the mirror on the screen.
It's all easy. Opala. Molten.
You have made a grave mistake.
How many divs you get per run in that temple solo? You can see the average count. I think it's like 70, 75. It's about 10% more, a 10% higher number if I have the Golem Works up.
A grave mistake.
But this is like a combination of Golem Works up and not. Sometimes I have this room, sometimes I don't.
Suffocation.
You reek of stupidity. I need mana.
Really hard to get temple built. I tried, cannot do, always break.
You reek of stupidity.
Are you trying to build this temple? 'Cause it is very high level. Not easy to build. How much would you get in a full party this layout? With an ore bot? I don't know, but I did yesterday. We did run this with a full party, but it was kind of scuffed, and I'm not very good at party play. And I think we didn't pick up all the divines, but I think we got 170 divine orbs. So I think we like missed loot and stuff. I wasn't picking up any loot.
Reek of stupidity. Abomination.
We were trying to see. I made it just to see the performance of the build, not for the loot. My average is 92. It's whatever the highest average of the day is, yeah.
Back to the soil.
Face me!
Perhaps you will. Not this side.
No mana.
Boom! You know what I haven't seen in a while? Quadruple Divine Orb drop.
The vow, only unseen.
Vanquished. Cursed one.
Perhaps you will be awake. Not this side.
No mana.
Wait, I haven't dropped a lock yet. Didn't drop one early.
Need more mana.
Hmm.
Perhaps you will be awake. Not this side.
Where'd that come from? Wasn't the room already complete? What?
Face me!
This is no Rarity map. Doesn't feel like a no Rarity map. Feels like a no lock medallion map. Not like this.
Perhaps you will be awake. Not this side. The vows of many unseen.
There's a lock medallion, finally. Flan says, I don't get how people get 3,000 divines, one mirror. I'm at 9,000 divines, one mirror. Almost ready for my second one. You're luckier than I am.
The vow of many.
I'm 22,000 to one mirror, and I just dropped my mirror. But when there are people like, you know, the 3,000 divines to one mirror ratio, there's also people like me who had 22,000 divines and no mirrors. That's the name of the game.
Ancient power.
We got one. At least we got one. I actually don't need another lock drop, really.
You challenge the destiny.
Naturally. As I say it. I was completely content. I'm not dropping one. Still had to. Still dropping one. I can sleep peacefully, yes. I sleep peacefully regardless. Because I'm a good person. That's all it takes. You don't have to drop a mirror to sleep peacefully. You just gotta be a good person. Being humble helps too. More peacefully? The more humble you are, the more peaceful you are, yes.
You reek of stupidity.
Except when people call you out on your flagrant humility.
The mighty fall.
I dropped another lock medallion. Oh my god.
No pain. Say, do not spend. You will devour.
I feel like I'm lagging a lot right now.
I feel no pain.
My frames. What's happening to my frames? Ooh, Vertex.
Do not spend. I feel no pain.
Less orange, more white. Well, I can't really get less orange. Got no rarity on this map. Evidenced by how my inventory still has a lot of space in it, and we're about done with this map. So I still got a lock to pick up somewhere. Yeah. Wait, I got a headhunter on a no rarity map? That's crazy. Crazy.
You have made a great mistake.
Back to the soil.
What? Oh, right. I guess I'll lock my third Golem Works again. Pretty good condition here.
The curse is now its to
Could all come crashing down at some point. Alright, oh, I think it was right here. Yeah. Crazy. Actually had the waypoint to the room that it existed in. That feels like a blessed with RNG moment. Close temple. 2 of these. Do the 3. I could do 3, but I think it'd be a bad idea.
yes.
Yeah, if I have 0 rarity on the map, like, I'd get almost no uniques. I still seem to get a decent amount of divines. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 64, 74. It's really impressive. Really? 74? Anybody else notice? When you get actually 0 area rarity to spawn, you still get like a lot, like an actual high amount of divine orbs. Even like my lowest divine orb counts come when I spawn the rarity roll, but it's a very low number.
Hello there.
projects.
46%. Mediocre. Mediocre number. Wow. Dangerous. Dangerous temple, I see.
I cannot. The mighty fall.
That ring that's worth maybe 1 chaos orb. Have I tried detonate dead in my build? Nope. Is detonate dead a projectile? I mean, are you the one who brought it up the other day? Because I've only ever heard one person talk about it. I mean, I don't have a slot for it. Unless I were to remove Spark. Which I wouldn't want to do. Not for this build.
I cannot.
How long does it take me to clear one temple? Usually less than 20 minutes. Look at that, a lock medallion from the smithy again. Okay, well, I mean, I only do solo content, so...
You have made a grave mistake. I need mana.
I have a feeling I'm not going to drop any more locks or mirrors before the end.
You have made a great
Might have seen all of our good RNG already.
Need more mana.
You reek of stupidity! The Inferno!
I'm unable.
You have made a grave mistake!
You guys feel like there's a priority system for the elemental grounds? I feel like it's lightning over fire over cold. If you have, for example, all of the Trail of Ground buffs for Headhunter, or if you run over Trail of Ground from the enemies,
You reek
even though I have tech for cold twisters, I feel like it's the most rare outcome even still. I haven't seen a cold twister cast in like a long time. This is all lightning theme. And that's fire theme.
You have made a grave mistake!
So much fire. Treasure vault.
The vow moon unseen.
Greetings, my messiah, Red Bandit says. Long time no see. Ready for the next PoE 1 Messiah Bow League? Bow Paradise? Gotta bring out the Bow Paradise, guys. I'm cooking something really cool. Poison Scourge Arrow, Wilma, Zerfie's Heart. Ballisto. Not your typical bow build for me. Ballista build. League starter though. Would be nice. Definitely looking pretty dank in the path of building. Maestro, good morning. At 5:34 p.m. Yup.
You
Oh, dude,
challenge
this thing's gonna rush bosses like stupid. I don't know about boss carries. Maybe. It's registering around 18 million DPS. With like an 80% hit ratio on the scourge, on the thorn arrows or whatever they're called. With no soul eater. Although I could make everybody lose their minds and put soul eater count in the path of building. I'm almost half tempted to do that.
the violence of many unseen.
Good. I haven't seen the patch notes yet. No, I haven't seen the patch notes yet. Well, the build I want to make has gone unchanged for several leagues now. It's not like a new league. It's not like a new build for the new league mechanic or the newly buffed thing or whatever. I don't. Unless they nerf Warden, which they're not going to do because it hasn't been. What I'm making has too low of a play rate, both in terms of build and ascendancy. In fact, the build and ascendancy combo doesn't even exist right now.
You challenge the truth.
I'm gonna make a Wilma's Ballista Poison Scourge Arrow build on Warden, which you can't even find, I don't think, if you search it on PoE Ninja, so I don't anticipate it's gonna get nerfed. It could get nerfed a little bit, it'd be fine. Like if they tweak the edges of the Warden Ascendancy, make it a little worse in one way, it's whatever. If they nerf the numbers on Scourge Arrow by like 20%, it's like whatever, you know? So we'll go from like 18 million to 15 million DPS or something. It'd be fine. But you check the play rate of those skills, the numbers are low. You guys should know by now, I make builds based on the creativity side and the interactions and the synergies, not in a response to whatever was buffed and nerfed in the previous or upcoming iteration of the game. One stipulation only, it's gotta have a bow in hand.
You challenge.
That's not even a real stipulation, but it feels like it is. Hey, Toxic Rain? I've made Toxic Rain builds before. They're cool. They're legit. They're usually on the earlier endgame side of things.
The vow.
I cannot.
No, I got the second lock medallion.
Perhaps you will. That is that.
Meet the dreamer.
Third lock medallion. Dang. Dang. I'm sustaining 3 locks.
The mighty fall.
Fourth lock medallion. Dude. This is cracked. Maybe I will pull that average up to almost 3 locks per temple.
You reek of stupidity!
I just stood there and almost died. It's a massive hit to the face.
Not yet.
Cast Twister and then just stand there like a goofball.
The mighty fall.
Come in here. Raging Inferno. Face me. Itchy. Do not spend.
Aren't I supposed to have a lot of divines?
I feel no
A
pain.
really? Golem works. I don't even need that right now. That's gonna rot.
Itchy. Do not spend.
No mana.
Looks like I looted a lot of divine orbs. Doesn't feel like it, but it looks like it.
You have made a grave mistake!
Foul creature.
I think you guys are gonna like how much the channel ramps up moving into the next league. I think I'm finally gonna pull it off for once in my life. I'm gonna actually have a build prepared in advance enough to where I'm not just bringing the guide video out like 12 hours before, like 6 to 12 hours before the league starts. I'm so bad at that. Kind of hit a lightning in a bottle video this past league that I can use. I realized that I can use a format since I'm moving into focusing a little bit more on build creation over like farming videos or even tech videos. I still focus a lot on tech videos. That video I put out that was like a lookalike build of the week video, 2 minutes and 47 seconds or whatever, that just did like, I basically just spam yapped off a script, highly condensed information about how build works. People loved that video. I think I can do that. I can make that format the very first video I release on a build, like 5 or 6 days before the league starts. And then I can release like a tech video that really keys in on like special tech interactions that is more generalized, but just something really cool about it. Like 1 or 2 days after that, and then come out with a deeper dive, old school build guide video, like 1 or 2 days after that, and it would still have like 2 days before the league starts. It'll give me time to focus on building,
Speak.
or on like practicing the league launch, and then not be like drained of energy right to the end. I feel like for once I'm actually going to pull that off this time. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 72. Because I have a pretty good idea about what the algorithm wants to see when it comes to that stuff. The timing of the videos. I think the feeding of morsels of information and like the short overview video. The first one I call it build overview video, which is like 3 minutes long. And then the tech video may or may not come to be. But the important thing is overview video, 3 to 4 minutes long. Then, and it's basically just, in this case it would be like a tier 17 map clear. Uncut. Showing just the way I did the PoE 2 version. Yeah, and then do a deeper dive thing. Is it possible to see this build on Mobalytics? The PoE, the speculative PoE 1 video I'm talking about, or this PoE 1 build I'm talking about, or this build that you see right here in front of you in PoE 2? Type in exclamation Mobalytics. That's to see the Mobalytics guide of this build we are playing today. Yeah. Wait, I gotta lock this guy. Kill that. I'll start the next run with 5 locks. I thought I had one on this right here. Oh, whoops, it's the next one. It's in here. And the following floor. You are?
I'll hold this medallion for you.
This time I will actually lock all three. They have that many. Loading that many locks. Damn.
A place in perpetual motion. Like you're not. I'm unable.
59%. Very rarity. Better than average. Not huge, but better than average. Okay.
Ancient power.
1275. What? God. Hey. Or Shroud walk by. This is a strange temple. It's like my frames per second is improved dramatically on this one. I don't know why that would be, other than maybe monsters have no... Maybe they have no tank mods on this temple. They have elemental res, but that didn't do anything.
You have made a great mistake. Back, Kiwi, to your doom. Great mistake. No consequence.
Ancient power.
You have made a great mistake.
Getting very low Divine Orb count for these numbers. I got the extra Stone Legion. We got 59% area rarity.
You reek of stupidity! You reek of stupidity!
How long did it take me to do the temple? Make this temple? I don't even know the answer in time. If you don't want to include the catastrophic destruction that I dealt with, which I made a whole YouTube video on, it's pushing 200 or more temple runs. 200 runs with the architect already in the right position. It did then fall apart one time after that with just terrible lock RNG. But that's in like 3 weeks of playing. At least like 5 to 10 temples a day. Only had it kind of fall apart in a really bad way one time. And then it took me like another 50 or 60 temples to get it back. There are much easier temple layouts than this one. I bet this layout won't even exist next league. Probably change it in some way where you can't do it. I thought they might do that in the middle of the league. I actually thought that they might delete the special tech Spy Master chains and stuff in the middle of the league. Did anybody else think they were going to do that? Think they were just going to pull the rug out? Grandfather temples in? I mean, they did kind of grandfather temples in for a second there with the... I mean, not really, but kind of. You can only lock rooms that are tier 3.
You challenge the
Not yet.
Thought they would hard reset everybody's temple? Really?
Not yet.
I never thought they'd do that. Because I felt like the backlash would have just automatically been way too insane. It would have been worse than just everybody quitting. It would have been like everybody super mad at them. I bet they thought about it and they would have liked to have done it, but surely they had the wherewithal
vow of
to know that would have been a horrible idea. Jonathan's not completely dumb. Come on. He's not gonna do that. Something that dumb.
Not yet.
He wants people to keep farming to loot their regal orbs. Grats on the mirror. Thank you, thank you. We did it finally. Finally did it. Check the clip. Wait, I haven't dropped the lock medallion yet. Uh-oh.
I cannot.
The infamous hotfix 13, LOL, and as I call for it, in the Legion barracks room. First lock medallion.
Perhaps you
Has anybody ever seen like 2 Hinekora locks drop off the same mob? Or a mirror and a lock drop off the same mob? Imagine that shit. Imagine seeing a lock and a mirror drop off the same monster. In either game, for that matter. That'd be so crazy. I bet that might be something that has actually never happened in the history of Path of Exile. A Mirror of Calandra and a Hinekora lock dropping off the same monster. Second lock, medallion.
rather beautiful.
2 Sacred Focuses off the same? Okay. I think the best drop I've gotten is 4 Divine Orbs. 4 Divine Orbs and 1 Orb of Annulment off of 1 monster. Solo, that is. I've had it happen maybe 3 times. Only 1 time did it come with like an extra Orb of Annulment though. So I know in my head like it could have been a 5 divine monster. I've never seen 5 div off 1 mob.
Your challenge with this double thing.
I cannot. I cannot.
Third lock medallion. Sustaining. Extra Life says I almost had your temple built, maybe last 3 rooms, and I lost all of it. When I thought I could put access chamber at the bottom right corner of the temple, now rebuilding from scratch. Wait, why would... How did you have only 3 rooms to go with the access chamber being down there? So it's down there the whole time? You mean like down here you had it and it was like everything else is done?
The vow.
Reveal your worth.
Anyway, sorry to hear that. So that definitely sucks. You're a real one, committed to the rebuild. Most of us had to go through with it. Yeah. Yeah, you can't loop any of those rooms at all. You can only ever be connected by one side, one room on one side only.
Misguided fool.
We're gonna have billion gold I have.
You reek of stupidity.
Reveal your worth.
Quick, somebody help our guy doing a Rarity bot question. I can't answer that. I have no idea. I've never played a slave bot, I mean Rarity bot. Yar bungs. Welcome, dude. You check the title of the stream, my guy? Might see something interesting. Yeah. He just comes in like normal. Yes, we did it. It has been done. Damn, spamming Vertex is here.
I feel no pain.
Ripple Orb of Annulment. That's pretty rare draw. What? That's as rare as Quadruple Divine Orb, I think. Because Orb of Annulment's more rare than Divine Orb.
No pain.
Wait, 2-socketed Mjolnir. That might be valuable. Hello. Hello. Sir. Sir.
I feel no pain. Exchange, not Spain. I feel no pain.
Maybe he's a 2-in-1. Temple bot and Aura bot. He needs to farm up Temple. He created the whole temple. So he's not only the Aura bot, but he's also the keeper of a crazy awesome temple. I'm guessing normally in this sort of like group dynamic, it's always the clear character that has a temple, like the actual temple. Yeah. Yo yo.
A grave mistake. Solar rage.
Well, that was all right. Kept all my rooms.
Yes.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 72. 72? Huh. 72. I mean, I guess. Should have been better. 3,300 on the dot. Whoa. Has this any value? Oh. 55 divines. Say what? It's actually a big drop. 2 socketed clean Mjolnir. However you say that. Mjolnir? Mjolnir. I think I'm gonna call it there. If I'm not mistaken, I could do like 10 runs tomorrow, 5 runs a day after finish this whole thing, but I may not get around to it. I might take a day off. I've done a lot of streams in a row. A lot. Did 9 runs today, I think. So guys, we're gonna call it. We dropped a mirror. I'm also only now committing to 60 runs because I see the writing on the wall with the timing and everything, and I have like, I basically have like 7 or 8 videos in the back of my head that I know I want to make before 3.28 releases. And I know I have a pretty good sense of about how much time it's going to take to make any and all of those videos. I'm really going to need ample time to do that. We already know New League launches the 6th or 8th of March. I can't remember. First week of March. Yeah, so... What is this? What is this? Diablo 2 Resurrected, Miso Shooter, Young Wydock, and Dead Rabbit all playing together. That's crazy. I'll send them to a Young Wydock. Yeah, so I'm going to make a short of that mirror drop. I still intend to make some sort of cut video with the group play thing I did. Probably. I'll have to watch the playback on that to know for sure. And that's what I'll work on tonight. Cool things coming up between finalizing PoE 2, you know, feedback video on the temple, the video that shows, you know, the loot that I dropped here. The performance of 60 temples. Gearing up for PoE 1. A lot of stuff. A lot of stuff coming up. Several days to get it all done. So, I tentatively plan to be on tomorrow. If we're feeling up for it. I'd like to knock out like another 10 temples. And we'll be towards the end of it. Yeah. Thank you guys for hanging out. We'll see you next time.